Bop. Sari-chan! Hi! Nani ga suki? Today, I am streaming. Nobody's here yet. Got started a little bit early. Oh my god! Welcome in, Zenon, Julian, welcome! Hope you're doing well. I'm doing great! Great! How are you? How was your day? How was your day? Today I will be playing. I will be continuing Sekiro. A long time coming. Long time coming. My day was good. Went really well. Oh, nice, nice. What did you do? What did you do? And now I'm just waiting. my opening music for today is Shinobi Guitar, Shinobi Jam. Not gonna lie, I got new strings for my guitar, and like, oh my god, it feels so nice. It feels so nice. I love it so much. So I've been like playing my guitar recently a lot now. Oh my god, Chaos! Welcome in, welcome. How are you? How is your day, Chaos? Thank you for the blurb! Wait, did it not play on stream? Why didn't it play on stream? So welcome in, Mom. Welcome. Kinda mad, got toothache right now, but the day has been alright. Also bought Expedition 33 last night. Oh, fun! I heard that game is really good. Stream today and planning for next week's Mother's Day post celebration. That's right, today is Mother's Day! Congrats. Oh, happy Mother's Day to all the mommies. Sounds fun. Found out today that Chaos and I were friends on the— What? You guys are friends on Discord? It's okay. I don't even think I'm friends with any of you guys on Discord. I think I only have like, I don't know, like 7 friends. Happy Mother's Day, Shinobi. Thank you. Call me mother. Happy Mother's to all MILFs. Exactly, all MILFs. We love MILFs. Okay. Long time coming. I will be playing Sekiro. I know you guys been waiting, okay? I know. I heard, okay? I don't remember where I left off though. In Sekiro. Let's see. Oh. Where is my screen? Okay. Oops, my bad. Oh, okay. There we go. Hold on, wait. Oops, I forgot my counter. Where's my counter? Oh my god, 3 digits. That was scary. Alright. I'm pumped. I'm ready to battle, okay? Okay, I remember controls. I remember. Where was I? I was here, right? And then we went down here. And there was the guy with the cannon. I remember. Oh, he saw me instantly. Oh shit! Oh my god. Happy Mother's Day to Mother Shinobi. She's the greatest mother of all. And forever I'll save it. She won't ever let us astray. She'll okay, that sounds like a cult, okay? But thank you though, thank you. I didn't know I had children, you know? Oh my god. Okay. Oh shit! Hold on. Oh! Okay. I haven't played this in a week, okay? You know? I need a warm up. Okay, how do I... Oh, he fell down. Okay. No, what? We gotta restart. No, I don't want to die again. Okay. Warm up. Alright. Cue follow notification. And whose fault is that? It's my fault, okay? Because I haven't played this in like... When did I play this last? Like last week? Last week? It's fine. It's totally fine. You know? It's totally fine. Okay, I want to get the guy with the fucking cannon first. No, I didn't mean to go up there. X? I can't... Drop. I don't want to drop down though! Oh. Okay. Oh god! Get out! Jesus Christ! What the hell? Okay. Okay. Why are you so hard to kill? Okay. that was a warm up. Okay. About a week. Is it actually a week and a half? Was it actually? No, only a week though. Last Saturday? That's 1 week. So welcome Mid Dolphin Bird. Welcome. Pro Paris. Yeah, I'm such a pro at pairing. How are you? How's your day? 61. It's fine. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna ignore all those guys. I dropped down here. We talked to this shop guy, right? He's a shop guy. And then... Where did I go? Did I just go down? Oh, the item right there. No, don't look at me! No, I'm just gonna make a run for it. Oh my god, no! I'm just gonna make a run. Where do I run? Where do I run? I don't know where to run. I don't know where to go. Here. Go here. How do I go there? Oh, I know. Black gunpowder. Gunpowder? Can I use a gun? Okay. There's nothing else there but loot? Nothing else here but loot? How do I... Where do I go then? Where do I go then? Do I go across there? I don't think I've been there, right? The little statue right there? Oh! No, go back up! Oh. Please don't hurt me! Climb up to the tower? Tower? This tower? Oh. 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 Reset, reset. Reset! Stop directing me! No, no, leave me alone, leave me alone! No! It's not light up anymore. Oh. Which tower? Which tower did I go to? Up there? Oh, welcome in, Crimson! Welcome, welcome! How are you? How's your day? Go to the statue. Go to the statue. Okay. Huh. Report to Ashina's castle. Ashina's castle. Okay. The first one? Shocked. Is standing on the ground while struck by lightning attack. The status abnormality shock is inflicted. Okay. Here. What do I do here? Inside? Into. Where is into? This one? Reservoir? Upper tower. This one? Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. Then go up. Go up. Okay, I remember there was a guy here. Oh, find a way up. Okay. A way up. Okay. This guy right there. Find a way up. I could hide here, right? Can I This not open from the side, okay. Oh my god! Don't say anything already! I'm sorry! I'm sorry, Grandma. Are they gonna move? Are they moving? Oh, I see, I see. Oh! They did not see me, right? Okay. Bro, that was someone's grandma! Well, her time was up, okay? Her time was up. I'm here now. Down is the only way. I could kill him, right? Are you an enemy? Oh, they are. Oh god! Oh god! Don't hit me! Oh my god! Oh my god, don't hit me! Oh my god, don't hit me! Okay. Safety, go back up! Hold on. You sleep when you're running on 78 hours? I did sleep. I woke up at like 4 p.m. today. Totally normal, you know, totally normal. Yeah, I just off someone's grandma. Oh, I don't know if I could take 3 of them. So welcome in, Yo, Jimbo, welcome. What's the awake to sleep ratio this Mother's Day? I slept for like 11 hours. I slept for 11 hours. Did I? Actually, I don't know. Okay. You know, I'm just gonna make a run for it. I don't know where to go. Up. Was this statue? Okay. There, I'm good. There you go. See, I didn't die. She's too powerful. Yeah, I'm the goat. You know, what can I say? Okay. This? Open? I think we're supposed to go here. Is that boss? Is he... Hold on, let me look around first. What's over here? What is over here? What is this? It's red? Why are you a redhead now, man? Because it's a... because... It's cute! Because it's cute! Okay? Pink head, redhead Shen. Also, how's your day, Jimbo? How's your day? Hi. Alright, back for the store. Welcome back, Chaos! What did you get? A monster? Okay. Nothing here, nothing. Am I ready? I think I'm ready. Okay. First fight. Oh! Okay, that kind of scared me a little bit. Okay. Please be nice to me. I go. Oh god. Never mind. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Right when I'm about to hit it, he hits me. Wait. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. I love my mom. You got ibuprofen? Oh my god, Chaos. Drinking with water. Don't be like me and drinking with Monster. That's not good. Alright. 62. I'm fighting back. Say you love your mom. I love my mom. And your mom too. Okay. Came for steak, left is a gun. Okay. I think I'm ready. Am I ready? I don't know. Oh. Skip. Ah! Okay. Oh my god, he hits me so hard. What the heck? There's no way for me to like get a snake hit on him. He didn't even. Okay. Okay, that was less than a minute. You gotta parry when you go in? Parry. Okay. I was thinking for the blurb. Parry. How about the stairs? Okay. You know what? Come on in, come on! Oh shit! Oh god! He's scarified! Okay. Okay. My timing is a little bit off. Oh my god! Okay. Stop! Please. Okay. That was a trial and error. So warm up, guys. Come on, it's only been 20 minutes. Parry the platypus? Okay. Parry. Gonna go in. Oh god! Oh my god! Okay. Good. I'm testing out the waters, you know? Oh my god, okay. Timing bad. Oh! Come here, center, reset, come here. Oh god, okay. By the way, that is a 2-hit move, so double tap the parry. Double tap, okay. Double tap these. Okay, if you beat this game, you'll be promoted to Sensei. Okay. 1 for upswing and 1 for downswing. Okay. Thank you for the bonk. Thank you. 1 for upswing. Okay. Oh fuck! Oh my god! Oh god! Oh my god! Okay. That was okay, Shen. Okay! He hit so hard! Please, oh god! Okay. That was good. 66. You get better at timing at least? Yeah, I just gotta get the timing right, you know? Okay. Oh my god! Oh my god! He's so quick with it! Okay. Run! Where is he? Hold on, I need help! Let me heal! Jesus Christ! Okay. I'm fighting back! 67. My spidey instincts? My spidey senses. Okay. That shit is more of a flight kind of person. Yeah, I'm like I play defensive. Okay, Argo. Come here, Argo. Come here. Recenter. Oh shit! Oh shit! Reset. Chill. Oh god, okay. That's good, that's okay. Oh shit! Okay. When I recover, run away, and heal. That was good! Okay, Shen, don't be a coward. The whole point of this game is to play Argo. Aggressive. Come here. Oh shit! Ah! Oh god, okay. Okay, let me heal. Truce. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Ah! Chill out, grapple. Okay. That was good. 169. You're also supposed to kill him. Brute force, but also play safe. Yeah, no more going easy. You know, it was just a warm up. You know, okay, it was just a warm up. This is the real gameplay right here. Oh shit! Oh fudge. Okay, how do I? Ah! Oh my god! Ah! Run back! Okay. Okay. That's okay. That was the first time you saw it. Was like, yeah, exactly. See, exactly. Okay. This is the one. I'm focused now. I'm locked in. Okay. Oh my god, okay. Okay, what the heck? Okay. Let me heal, bro. Let me heal. Okay. Okay, oh my god, my timing's so bad. Scared. Oh God, please. Oh my God. Okay. He keeps dashing back. That's the hard part. I had to dash in to hit him. You know she's locked in where her mouth is wide open, not saying anything. That is true. That is true. I play with my mouth open. You're supposed to be a goat. I am the goat. I am the goat. Okay. 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 Okay, okay. Okay, buddy. Okay. Oh! Ah! Oh, what the hell? Oh! He scared the fuck out of me. Okay. Wait, can I counter that? Oh. Okay. You see the red mark jump? Okay. The red mark jump. Okay. Red mark jump. Got it. Unseen aid. Nope. She's noticing. Okay, buddy. Oh, come here. Oh! Ooh. I didn't jump. That was my bad. Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Oh God. Fudge. Okay. What? His swing is so wide! Oh my God. His swing is so wide. Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh. He hit me through the log. Through the log. Okay. I swear to God, game logic. That was good. That was good. Yeah, at least I got the first one. Okay, good progress. Good progress. Oh fuck! I didn't. I got stuck. I got stuck. Not fair. Oh fuck. Okay. 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 That was good. That was good, Shen. You're doing very well. Shen, you're doing amazing, sweetie. Good job. It hurts to watch the head chef get cooked. It's okay, you know. It's fine. Come here. Oh, that hit me. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, what the hell? Okay. Parry, Shen, parry. Parry the platypus. Oh god, okay. Okay. Parry, Shen, parry. Remember to parry, Shen, remember to parry. Okay, 175. Lucky number 175. Thanks for the blame! Oh. Oh. I feel like every time I go near him, he does like freaking combo hits. I blocked that, no! Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god, okay. Oh my god, okay. Okay. It's on purpose at this point. I'm trying. Okay. I just need to like shut up. What the hell? This fucking wall! Jesus Christ! Hey, leave me alone. Let me recover. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It is a-okay. It is a-okay. It's a-okay. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh my God, Jesus Christ! You know what? I'm not gonna go that way anymore. Oh my God! Okay. Is that copium right here? I'm starting to think you like getting cooked. I love the kitchen. Okay. Okay. I'm locked in for reals now, for reals. Oh my God! Heal. Oh! Oh, fuck! I freaked out there. Center, center, center. Center, center. Ooh, okay. Fuck! Get up, get up, get up! Okay! No, 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 I'm still alive. Ah! Stop! Okay. I was trying to heal. Okay. That was good. That was good. That was good. She's goated. I told you guys, I'm very goated. Very goated. I was just doing it for the content, you know? Not like I was bad, you know? Okay. God, I hate that I had to try so hard for this game. Oh my god! Oh shit! Oh fuck! Okay. I was unprepared for that. She's actually trying. Why are you edging? I was joking, guys. It's for content, you know, for the content. Okay, hold on. Gotta switch this. Come on. Oh. Okay. Okay. Get it right now. Oh god. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up! Get up, get up! Oh fuck, I messed up there. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh shit! Oh god! So close, so close. 81, 81. So close, so close. Alright, alright. Got my crisscross applesauce posture on. Okay, my face is 1 inch away from my screen. Okay. fuck? Come here, come closer. Oh! Oh! Look at that, guys. Look at that. Look at that. What can I say? So thank you for the raid, Nico. Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Meow. Meow. How's your stream? How are you? How was your stream? How was your day? Wait, you got him? First try? Yep, my first try. Yep. Wow, I'm just that good. What can I say, guys? What can I say? And I didn't even die. Come on. Wow, it feels so good. Oh my god, I love killing people. I love justified murder. Eel liver. Okay. Ghost once lurked the lands of Ashina. The ghost lightning was the fountainhead god, unstoppable by normal means. Avoid ground, reverse the lightning. Okay, okay, I see, I see. Lightning reversal. If one is standing on the ground, lightning surges through them, making the movement impossible. But if one is struck while in the air, the lightning can be dispelled from the body and sent in the enemy instead. Left button. When hit by lightning in the air, charge right button before landing. Okay. Just a short follow schedule stream after I slip off too many. Off schedule for many times. Oh, I see, I see. Understandable. You know, that's the one reason why I like choose not to get a schedule. Cause I never follow through, you know, until like I'm too spontaneous, guys. I like to do things whenever I feel like doing them. You know what I mean? Oh, where'd I go here? Okay. Clip the audio. Clip the audio. Lightning reversal works in real life too, shall we? Isn't that... I'm gonna die! I'm gonna get struck by lightning. Oh! Okay. A bow and arrow. Lord Ishin. Wait, see? Am I gonna fight him next? For now, me was gonna follow schedule, but again, me kind of doubting myself again. No, sometimes you just gotta just do it. Just yeah. Genichiro. Oh, is this the boss that Chaos wanted me to fight? Is that him? Am I gonna fight him actually? Right now? Oh. The dramatic Spider-Man. Do it! Just do it! Should I? Okay. Oh. Oh! Oh shit! Oh god. Should I have rest before I fight him? Oh my god, I didn't rest. I'm scared. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. No fair. He has 2 weapons. Oh my god. This is gonna take me forever. Oh god. Oh god. Wait. Because I didn't rest. Yeah, I didn't rest. Okay. I didn't think we were gonna fight him right away. Right after this guy? That's insane. Is there a way to go to him without having to fight that guy? Shortcut? No shortcut? I just gotta run through? Oh. Just run through. Okay. Diggle. Wonder how you perform lightning reversal? Do I have to do it for this match? Can I skip this? Do I have to look at this? Do I have to watch this every time? Oh, okay. Oh, oh, he's quick with it! Oh my god! Oh! Yeah, I got long range too. Oh my god! The combo. Oh my god! Ah! Ah! Okay. Okay. Oh my god! Okay. Oh god! Okay. Okay! Get him! Oh. Ow! Get him! Okay. Yeah. Oh. 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 those moves, okay? I'm learning. I can see why this is your favorite, Chaos. I can see why. Alright. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you, thank you. Okay. She finally gave up on getting cooked as a career choice. Hey, I love to be a home meal. Okay, my third fight. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, no. Ow! Ooh. Ooh, okay. Oh my god! He didn't do that before, did he? Oh my god! Get up. Ooh. Ouch! Okay. Ooh. Come here. Come center. No! Oh, okay. Okay. Welcome back, Mom. Yeah, I'm during the fight, the boss fight. I reset the vote. I'm voting no as hell. Oh, you guys are doing predictions. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wait, can I also vote? I don't know if I could also vote. Oh wait, I could. Huh. Predict. Oh, I can't predict on my own. That's kind of lame. I hate that. It won't let me. You can't predict on. Oh, you can vote on your own channel. Okay. Gamble on death? What, vote no? I would definitely vote no. I'm your biggest supporter. Thanks. You're the minority in this group. Oh, okay. Oh wait, did I do my death? I forgot. What is it? 80, 84?
一心様は命を保っておる。
Okay. I can't mark it. Oh, okay. Oh, I was not ready for that. Oh my god! I'm scared! Hold on, can I reset? I want to reset! Oh my god! I'm not ready! I'm not ready! Let me reset! I can't leave! Oh my god! Oh god, Jesus Christ! You know what? Just kill me! Just kill me! I'm not ready for this! I was not mentally prepared! Please! Okay. Oh. What the hell's that?
Whoa. Oh, yeah.
Come here.
I never knew slapping jelly was so much fun.
Oh, okay. Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Okay, I was not ready. 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 That's okay. 85. Okay. Let me get a sip. Okay. You are trolling. Yeah. Yeah, I'm 100% trolling. Okay. Finally get desperate yandere who wants senpai's approval. Whether it's bad star or not. Okay. Yeah, when I approve a message, it green lights the words. Double leg drop kick him. Okay. This is the one. This is the one. This is the one. This is the one.
おじい様のご様子はどう？
おじさん。おじさん。
参る。
Okay.
忍びよ。再び間に合う。
Come here. Holy shit! Oh god. Give me a little bit. Okay. Oh god. Oh god, okay. Oh god, okay, I messed up, I was trying to counter that. I pressed the wrong button. It was a misclick, misclick. Come here. Psst, come here. Ooh. What the hell? Okay. Yeah, I ran right into that. What's going on, huh? What's going on? She at least tries to be the goat? I am the goat, what do you mean? Actually, I'm not too sure anymore. Shit, when you finally get him hit the gritty the gritty on top of his body. Oh my god. Okay. Why are you letting him kick the air out of you like that? I'm trying. You know what? What if I like kicking, huh? What if I like getting kicked, huh? Thank you for the redeem. Thank you. Okay. We go here. Go here. I'm good at kicking. Welcome in, NP-chan. Welcome. How are you? How was your day? Then nobody voted yes, huh? I have no supporters. This is the one. Watch. Okay, maybe not. Yeah. Hold on. Oh god, okay, that arrow actually hit me there. Insane. Hold on, no, okay. I'll go. Oh, okay. What the hell? Got it. Parry or block arrows. Okay, got it. Better than dodging? I'm too nervous to dodging, okay? I'm too nervous to dodging. What is that? 680, 87. Lucky number 7. Just parry the arrows, okay? Parry the arrows. Lucky number 7. Okay. I'm locked in this time, okay, guys? This time. Oh. Oh, fuck. Come here. Oh, fuck. Oh! Okay. Oh fuck. Okay. Oh god! Oh god! Oh god, okay.
龍院の力か。ならば幾度でも殺すまで。
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, okay. Okay!
俺も足のため。
Bitch pooper. That was good. Stop running. I know I need to stop running, okay? I can't help it. It's in my nature. I'm a prey. I'm a goat, okay? You know, goats, they run, you know? I'm the prey. It's in my instincts. Okay. Jesus Christ. She just wants to hear all the death voice lines. She wants to make sure she doesn't miss any. Okay. Just say, okay, I will stop running, man. Okay, no more running, Shen. No more running. No more running. You are not go. You are Sekiro. I am wolf. I am wolf. I am wolf. Shen is one of those ghosts that pass out when he gets surprised and just falls over. I become stiff like a board. Hold on. Okay. Okay, this is the one. Oh, welcome to the base case!
参る。
Is it that counter? Counted backwards? No, stop! Oh. Oh my god, I don't know why I ran straight into... Oh my god, please. Ah! Oh my god, Jesus! Oh god. Oh! Run button, run button! Oh, okay. Oh my god.
龍院の力か。ならば幾 神でも殺すまで。
I'm trying to counter that! Okay. Okay. That was good. You did a great job, shit. I'm so proud of you. 89. God. Confidence is key. Exactly. Confidence is key. Shay is secretly an opossum. Opossum? Oh my god. She's sort of fighting for it this time. Yeah. I decided no more remuneration. No more being a coward. Okay. No more being a coward. By the way, did you ever go back and kill the old lady? The old lady? The butterfly? I have not. Nope, not yet. Also, thank you for the like, Crimson. Thank you. Don't burn the kitchen down. You are pretty. You are beautiful. Are you trying to give me confidence? Oh my goodness. All right. Just kill the guy, man. I'm trying. Okay. Also, did you find the shop nearby? The outside of the castle? The shop? I don't think I don't know. I'm talking about the one with the small guy with a giant hat. I did, yeah. Is it a you or him? No? Yeah, I have not, no.
命を保っておられるのが
Okay.
不思議な。
参る。忍び、再び間に合う。
Oh my god, what the hell? Okay.
龍院の力か。ならば幾度でも殺すまで。
Oh, whoops. Okay! One down!
まだだ。巫女の忍び。
Oh god. god. Oh god! Oh god, oh god, oh god. That was good, that was good! That was good, that was good, Shin. That was good.
何がそこまで貴様
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh god! He sweep instead? Oh, that was okay. Okay, he sweep instead of jabs the second phase. Okay, okay. You know, I'm glad you told me that because I wouldn't have known. Because I keep trying to counter. Okay, I just gotta jump second time. Okay. Yeah. She's on her first playthrough. I wish I could play this for the first time again, completely blind. I mean, you can just cover your eyes with. Just play with your eyes closed. Oh my god. You made him mad the second that time. Good job, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. TP outside the castle. TP outside of the castle. Outside of the castle. Like right here by the door. This one. Oh, talking about the guy on the side. That guy. Wait, actually, I don't know which guy. Guy. Wait, no. Actually, I don't know. I think I'm just yapping. Wait, which guy? With the woman is looking over there? Over where? Over where? Keep going, keep going. Oh, item. Wait, I didn't fight this guy. Should I fight him? You can't ignore them? Oh, let me grab this. Don't hit me, please. Wait, I didn't see this. Oh god, I'm fucking. Where'd it go? Keep going? I've never been here before. You have fun exploring then? This is kind of scary. Oh, there's a person right there. Where's the item? Item right there? No, let me go! Is this a guy you can talk to in there? In there? That guy right there? This guy? Ah. Hi. Oh, he's not the shop person?
私は道中早速ですが忍びの師匠から預かった
She's gonna get. What do you mean I'm gonna get attacked? Did I just start a side quest? Accidentally? Red lump? No, 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 no. Okay, now go back. Go back. Go back. To the other statue? The shop is next to the other statue? Oh! Okay. This one. This guy? Hello.
極よこんなところにも死者があるとこ汚れとてさあ
Buy an offering. What do you want me to buy here? Oh, prayer bead! It's so expensive. I don't have that much. What I Oh wait, I can sell stuff, right? Can I sell stuff? How do I sell stuff? Sell my purses? Iron. I'm still poor. Can I sell this? 23. Oh, here, let me just sell my divine confetti. You guys are gonna get so mad if I sell my confetti. Divine grass. Sold red lump. Red lump. What about eel? I don't think I need this here. Sold this. Pacifying agent. Do I need this? A fistful of ash. Get rid of that. Oil. Get rid of this. Yes? I would disown you as mother. Wait. So, like, I need this? I need the pacifying agent? But how much pachinko would you get to play if you saw the divine confetti? For later, pacifying agent keeps you from dying from a certain... Oh, okay. Contact medicine. I sell this. I sell this too. Okay, antidote. I don't need antidote, right? I don't really use it. Heal status abnormally poison and temporarily increases. Oh wait, can I sell one of these instead? Do this one. Okay. Where is it? Prayer bead. Okay, I think I have 4 now, right? I have 4? Which do I have? Yeah, I have 4. I go talk to Emma. Oh wait, no, I don't fucking have 4. Oh fuck. What's that? Prayer bead is for power? Power, right? Just sell the sugar since you don't use them often. Okay. If you don't think... Oh, attributes. If you don't, if you don't think it will be useful, at least you get some coins. Alright, okay. Third prayer necklace. Okay. I'm stronger now, right? I'm strong. Wait. Oh. My health is higher. Okay. My health is higher. Shina Castle. Where is it? Here? More HP and more stance. Okay. Nice navigation, man. More dojo. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Got it, got it. Okay. You guys think I'll survive? You guys think I'll beat him this round? Hell no! Yeah, I only have 3 heals!
おじい様のご様子はどう
I can beat him with 3 heals,
だ
no?
忍び再び間に合おう
Oh, whoops. That was my bad! That was my bad, that was my bad. Right there. Oh, okay, hey. Okay! Okay, you know what? I gotta reset. Okay. I can do it. I can do it.
竜院の力かならば幾度でも殺すまで
Oh. You know that running around made me reset my head. This is a warm up. Oh. Okay.
もう足なのた
That was a warm up. That was a warm up. Okay. That was a warm up. That was a warm up. I gotta like reset my pump. You know my locked inness. You know. Oh, rot essence. Okay, okay. Okay, this is the one. This is the one.
おじい様のご用参る忍び再び間に合おう
Oh, okay. Oh,
まだだ巫女の忍
Oh, that hurts. Okay. 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 That was good. That was good. Okay. You know, at least I got past the first one. You know. You need to practice your parry. You pause your one for break. You parry. Yeah, I know. I know. It's okay. It's okay. Oh. It's okay. It was a good run. Good trial run. Trial. It was practice. Okay.
Maid. 忍びよ
Okay.
再び間に合う
Hey, don't judge my playstyle! Don't judge my playstyle! Oh fuck. That was bad. Okay. That was bad.
君の力かならば幾度でも殺すまで
Oh. Oh. Oof. Oof. Oh god! The corner. No, let's go back here. Oh fuck! Oops. Oh god. Oh my god! Oh my god!
俺も足なのか
Okay.
Lord Wangquan, welcome.
Thank you for the blood. Thank you. I enjoy the tips, man. Okay. Okay. This is it. Okay, guys, I'm locked in. Actually locked in. Actually locked in.
マイル忍びよ再び間に合う
Oh fuck! No! That's bad. Oh. Back up.
ならばいつでも殺すまで。
Oh. Oh god, I'm trying to jump. Oh god. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Oh my god. That was good. That was okay. Okay. Good job, Shin. Good job. Good job. This kind of feels like the real Neo and Morpheus was fighting in. You paired the hell all the attack that was meant to catch your dodge. Well, you have to read if he's going to. I'm reading. Okay. Ouch! 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 Thank you for the reading. Thank you. Hey, that was good. That was good. You're doing so well, Shen. So well. So well.
参る。
Okay.
忍びよ再び間に得よう。
Ooh. Ooh. Oh fuck! Ah! Okay. Go back. Step back, Shen. Oh, whoops. Oh. Oh, please. Okay. Shit, I do panic dodge. I do panic dodge.
ならばいつでも殺すまで。
Please. Okay. I haven't seen that in a while. Oh shit! That's good. That was good. That was good. That was good. That was good. Yeah, I have one spirit emblem. It's okay. Mm. Okay. 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 This is the one. This is the one. This is the one. This is the one, Shen. This is the one. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Thank you. Mm. Okay. Oh, oh fuck! Okay. Come here, center, center! Come here, center! Oh shit. Oh shit! Okay.
吸引の力か。ならば幾度でも殺すな。
Let's go a full parry.
Full parry, full parry. Oh my god, I forgot heal. Totally forgot. Totally forgot! Oh god!
まだだ。巫女の忍び。
Come here. Center, 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 center. What the hell? Is his aim like better now? Okay. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Greedy! I'm being greedy! I'm being greedy now! Okay, okay. I'm getting hungry for hits. That's good, right? That's good, right? Okay. Thank you for the blurb. Thank you, thank you. Greedy is good? Just relax? Okay, relax. Okay, okay. Greedy but no chill. Yeah, I can see why this is your favorite, Chaos.
参る。忍びへ。再び間に合う。
that before. Have I? Get up, get up. Oh my god, oops. Come on, center, center. Oh shit! That was my bad, that was my bad. Okay. Oh, I wasn't looking at my health. Whoops.
ならばいかにでも殺すまで。
Okay. Okay. Should it be funny to take accountability? Her attack pattern is unique. Hey, don't worry about it. Okay. Your most hated fight is the girl by the river? The girl by the river. The girl by the... Oh, you're talking about her fighting pattern. Ah. Okay. You guys are talking to each other in chat. I haven't got to her yet. Okay. Am I gonna see her soon? Wait, is it 6? Oh, no, 6. 190, 196 now? 196. I see. So depend on where you go.
おじい様のご様子はどう？
Depend on where I go, okay.
参る。忍びよ。再び間に合おう。
Oh, what the hell? Okay, okay. Okay, buddy. Okay! Okay, okay. Okay.
まだだ。巫女の忍び。
it up. Center, center, please, center, center. Get out! Oh my god. Okay.
獣員の力か。ならば幾度でも殺すまで。
Oh! 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 Double, double. No! No! Reddit! Oh my god! No! I got too greedy! Too greedy! Shit! I got too greedy! You want blood too much, Shen. You want blood too much. Oh my goodness. Welcome in, Gono_01. Welcome, welcome. What's your opinion on meat? I love meat. Cannibalism. 10 out of 10. I love meat. Prioritize your safety. I got it. I got it. So close. Shit, so close. So close. Chill. Shen, you just gotta chill. You just gotta chill. Another 5-minute fight. Okay. That was so close. Oh my god. Damn. But maybe if I threw out 2 or more attacks, I could end it earlier. The fight can be as long as it wants. You just need to be calm about it. If you need to drag the fight out, drag it out. Okay. Got it, got it. Got it, got it. Calm and steady, Shen. Calm and steady. Okay. Shirley. Shirley. Goat truly became a wolf. Alright.
参る。忍びよ。再び見えよう。
Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay, what the hell? Okay.
まだ巫女の忍び。
That's his jab. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Center, center. Come on. Okay.
流因の力か。ならば幾度でも殺すまで。
Oh. That's throwing me off. Oh my god! Look at that! Look at that!
見事だ。巫女の
Surprise?
忍び
What do you mean surprise?
惜しいな。主を変えるつもり。
Is he gonna resurrect or something not to fight him again? Please!
ざれ言
され事だと。このアシナを守るためならば。
No, no.
どのような異端の力であれ従えてみせる。巴の神なり見せてやろう。
Oh, here comes the lightning. Oh. One last fight? One more fight? One more fight? Are you kidding me? One more fight? Ah! What the hell?
必ずアシナを
No, the first one was already hard enough. Oh my god, what the heck? Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, okay. See, now I know what I'm up to. Okay. Now I know what I'm up against. Okay. Jesus Christ. We clown this motherfucker to take our sensitive ass back to Ashina. Okay, okay. Should I try again? I feel like I need more healing. I don't think 3 is gonna cut it out. Let's try one more time. One more time. Okay. You can counter the jump. He does. Okay. I have to explore. Yeah, I know. I
お
know.
じい様のご様子はどうだ。
参る
Okay, let's try not to die this one then.
再
Oh,
び間に得ようと。
come here. Okay. The ledge got me. Okay.
力かならばいいでも殺すまで
Oh. Okay, okay. Oh, okay. God. Is it mini boss inside too? You haven't fought him? Mini boss? You talk about the guy that's sitting there? I killed him already. Okay, okay, okay. I think I need more healing gourds. Okay. Not the blue guy? Which guy? Not this guy? Not this guy? Oh, he's gone. Oh. Go downstairs and break the wall behind the two guys. The wall behind the two guys. Oh. Did I not pick this up? Oh. Oh! Oh god! Why are you so hard to kill? This one? Oh, here? This? That looks scary though. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Find out. Have you given up on fighting real warrior man blessed by heavenly lightning? I'm going. Is that a mirror or? Oh. Ow! I got these guys. Ah, in front of you guys. Oh god, what the hell? I ain't fighting these guys. You guys are not here, right? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Okay. You guys are so scary! god. Damn, I hate those guys. I hate those guys. Just skip through. Just gonna skip through. Just gonna skip through. Do I have to? I don't need to fight them, right? No. No! Pick up! Pick the item up! Up here? Am I going the right way? I don't know. What is this? Okay. Bravo! Bravo! Thank you! So welcome, man! Dave! Welcome! Shadows died twice. 200 deaths. I feel like it says 170 something deaths just to say that. Really? Oh my god. Damn. Why is he not there? I don't know. Is he supposed to be here? Like sitting there or something? Over here? Did you lie to me, Mom? There's no boss. You're not even gonna read that beautiful letter? Oh. Is it in my inventory? How do I read it? How do I read it? Where is it? Oh, Ishin letter? A note left by Ishin in the watchtower. Perhaps Emma knows his current whereabouts. Dear Emma, the Ashina castle gate has grown loud with the sound of scurrying. The Tengu, we see the rats. Oh, we see to the rats. Worry not, Ishin. That? The rats? But side quest? What? I don't know how to make it spawn. He was supposed to be downstairs where the items were? Oh. Yeah, I haven't met him yet. Or do I have to like kill those guys first? And then I'll see him. You wanna start a boss at the start of the game? Oh, you wanna fight a boss at the start of the game? Sure. I'd love to. Thank you for the hip pass. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. There was a boss later, and there was supposed to be a grandpa in that room. In this room? Oh, in this room? Oh! Him? Wait, no, that's not him. Where did he go? Come here. Oh, you can't come here? Get out of the way! You know what? I'm just gonna run for it. 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 Run. Tickle. Getting chill when I take on those dudes. Hey, I can take on as many in a different way. You get what I mean? But yeah, go to the Ashina Reservoir. You wanna fight a boss? Okay. You guys are terrible! Ashina Reservoir. Ashina Reservoir. Where is it? Here? Jesus Christ. Took me so long just to beat up that one boss. Okay, turns out he's not even dead yet. Okay, where to go? Where to go, mom? Okay, we fought that guy over there. Behind that guy that makes noise, if you remember. Okay. Behind that guy that makes noise, the bell guy. This guy. Over here? This building? Oh, that guy? Just wait till you get to phase 3. No, no. That's terrible. That's terrible. Shimmy along the wall. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah, shimmy. Here? Are you? Is that a person? Are they gonna hurt? Are you gonna hurt me? Go down? Okay. Go down.
美しい
He's a sim.
じゃが誰かを乞うような
Oh, I see why.
どこか悲しいねじゃった
Read him?
おい誰を呼んでおるもう一度聞かせてくれお主
Hey, you.
わしは
Oh, he has the
熊
headband.
の神左衛門と
Like the
申す
Naruto headband.
堀回りの見回りを任ぜられております見かけぬ顔だがいずこの組将か
Which clan are you? The one your mom's in. Ha! I'm so
さて
sorry.
は忍び衆でござるか
Happy Mother's
これ
Day!
はご無礼を忍び衆ならばさもあろうこれ以上司祭は聞きませぬぞ
Okay. Is there anything I could take here? Like loot? Oh. Let me look around. No? Nothing? Oh, there's 2 holes! Oh, did I go through this one? The one your step bros in? Damn. Would you like to? Never mind. Him? Him. Okay. Okay. I could talk to him?
あやつの言っていたふぬけなのか。おらん無能ゆえ破れ、生き恥をさらす忍びなど、一度見てみたかったが、まことに死なぬなら、機会はいくらでもあろうての。
He's an enemy, right? Fuck him up, but like, did I just hit him? He came in to fight you, but he's not. Oh, he's hitting me now.
あやつの言っていたを、ふぬけではない。
Oh my god.
まことに死なぬものだ。
Oh my god! The space is so slither! Oh, it's so squishy here! It's like fighting the baboon guy again. Oh. The freaking ninja guy in the freaking cliff is so... Ow! He kicked me! Okay. He has 1 arm? No, no way. I'm losing to a guy with 1 arm. Get out! Get Okay. He's swinging me with one hand, one arm. Okay. Bro's throwing hands. So you that ninja guy on the cliff was a warm up? Oh, okay. I see. Kenichiro would have killed him. Damn. Okay. I see now. That was a warm up, you know? Don't say anything, you. Don't say anything. You hush. Okay. Do I have to talk to him again? Kenichiro is just so better. Oh wow, this man. Wow, you're so in love with him, huh? Oh, 201. I totally forgot. 201. Yes, I got it! I got it, kills. I got it. I got it. Yeah, I don't need to talk to him. Oh! Okay, how the heck do I fight him? No! Oh, jump! It's so squishy! I can't get trapped! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, it's a stance battle? Okay. Stance battle. Welcome in, blushing _ wolf? Wolf? No, you don't have to. You don't have to, and also you can death blow him anytime you come from above. It's a free. Oh! Is that what the hole is? Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Got it. So welcome in. How are you? How's your day? Okay. When he sweeps, double jump on his head when he kicks. Okay. Sweep, double jump, kick, counter. Okay. So welcome in, Nano. Welcome. How are you? How is your day? I don't see him. What? How do I look at him? Oh. Where is he? Right there? Okay. I love those little dudes, how they bang the they're just like me for reals. So you got the simp sick? She's gonna fumble it? I'm not gonna fumble it. Okay. Watch. Jump. Okay. First one. Oh shit! Oh my god! I can't. Oh shit! Sweep? No sweep? Okay. was so easy. Honestly, easy because I did the first death blow on him already. GG's! GG's! Oh, what's over here? Can I could swim, right? Thank you for the hydrate, thank you. Am I gonna get attacked? Oh. Scrap iron. Iron? Oh! We're down here now. Dungeon? Is there a statue here? Where's that? So dark, guys! It's so dark. What is that? Oh, it's just a lizard. Oh, not to worry, not to worry. Oh. Ow! Ow, it's hurt! Ow! Ow! Okay. Oh, okay, I know. Oh, it's not the headless? Wait, is it a different person? Wait. I thought it was the headless. Cause the headless look exactly like that. No, I don't remember Chaos. I don't. I raced so freaking hard against him. The Kamehameha. Fight him! Fight him! I'm scared. I'm scared now. Hey, oh wait, what's this? A statue? Let me rest first. I'll try it out. I'll try it out. But don't I need like something to fight it? Ah, divine confetti. Pacifying agents. Okay. You know what? We go in raw. We go in raw. Can I? Okay. Can I do it? Can I hit it from above? Is this high enough? Would I have to be higher? Oh, nope. I'm dead. Instant death. Instant death. Okay. He breathed on you and you die? Okay. What do you learn about going wrong? Always bring protection. Okay, I see. Fear meter kills instantly. Okay. I don't want to fight him, guys. I don't think I'm ready. It's my first time. I don't think I'm ready, guys. Go wrong. You already did it once. I'll try again. Pacifying agent refreshes the fear meter and makes it acquire less fear. Okay. Wait, he's not doing it anymore. Okay. Oh! I forgot. 202. Okay. Huh. I'm gonna try again. Oh! Don't! Don't go to sleep! What the hell? Where is he? Where is he? Where did he go? Huh? Oh, I see. Oh my god! Okay, this is tough. You can't miss that confetti, it just does less. Oh. I got up, I dashed. Alright, I see. You know what? We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to the tower. Shina Dojo. Yup, Genichiro it is. Genichiro it is. I can't watch this anymore. I go find some protection. Okay. Here. I'm a little bit nervous now. Gonna try when I beat that guy, FYI. Okay. You glazer, you get a Chiro glazer. Okay. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna go use the bathroom really quick. I will BRB, okay? BRB. I'm gonna go water the can. BRB.
Why are you gay? You are gay.
Okay, I am back, guys. I'm back. Can you please lock the fuck in? I will. Just watch. That's what. Just watch. Alright. Oh, I fell. Okay. So thank you for the burp. Thank you. Post piss clarity buff. That's crazy. Drink. We mean drink. Drink what? Drink. I tried to drown you in the bath. Oh, did you? No one helps me down. Alright. My goal is to at least not die the first. Oh, at least save like at least one health. One health gourd. Okay, let's see if I remember how to fight this guy. Oh. Ow! Oh no, wait, I tapped out! What the fuck? Okay, there. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, I forgot sweet. Come here. Oh god, please. Okay. That was good. I got the piss buff. Okay, the empty bladder buff. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay, buddy. Okay. Ah, oh my god, okay. I'm scared. Ah, still! Okay. Shock. When hit by lightning, the air charge. When hit by lightning, air charge with left button before landing. Okay, I have to wait. Do I have to jump for this? I have to jump, right? You read it that time. Hey, I read it last time too. Okay, I'm just double, backtracking. I'm reading it again. Shock status abnormality occurs when one is standing on the ground when struck by lightning, dealing major, and a stun. However, absorb the lightning in mid-air and reflect it back at the enemy. Okay. When he does the lightning, you jump. And when the lightning hits you, you attack. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, he always starts third phase with a jump thrust. Okay. He always starts third phase with a jump thrust. Okay. I think I'm dead. I think I'm dead here. Leave me alone! I'm scared! Oh! Oh my god. Okay, 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 okay. Go to... Okay, okay. He's scared of you, that's why he's going feral? Okay. You can... The jump attack? Okay. Like when he dives in? The one that I just died to? Okay. Thank you for the hit pass. Thank you. Yeah? Okay. Okay. A dive. Counter. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you. Got it. I got it. Oh, I forgot. Oh. Which one was it? 204? Oh. $204. Okay. Jump thrust can be Mikuri countered. It's a really good opportunity. Okay. Okay. You got this. Good luck. I gotta go. See you all. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you for dropping by. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for the advice. Thank you. Okay. Oh fuck. Okay. Oh. Okay, I messed up there. Oh, okay. Okay. This is a warm up. Okay. Okay. Reset. Time out, reset. Oh, look at that. I only died 5 times, guys. Was it 205? Oh, no, not 2000. 205. 205. Okay. The 25th warm-up. Genichiro, lion, shinobi, small dog. Okay. Sword and door. Hey. Okay. 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 Okay.
おじい様のご様子は
おじい様、おじい様。
参る。
忍びを再び間に得ようと。
Sensor, sensor, come here, come here. Come here, come here. Sensor, sensor. What the heck?
竜院の力か。ならば幾度でも殺すまで。
Okay. I don't think I'm gonna win this. I don't think I'm gonna win this. I'm not gonna. Okay, okay. Okay.
何がそこまで貴様を支える。
Oof. Oof. Okay. 206, 206. Oh my god, it's so hard. It's so hard. I'm bogged by my goats. That's it! Woof, woof. Okay, okay. Calm down. supposed to actually sit? Okay. Read above. Doors can't stop this man. Honestly, last phase is quite easy, don't stress. Once you understand how it goes on the last phase, phase 1 and 2 is harder. Okay, okay. I see. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Novan. Welcome. Fanboy has arrived. Is that fanboy smell? Welcome. How are you? How was your day?
おじい様のご様子。参る。忍びよ。再び間に合えよう。
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I messed up there. Staying by the ledge is like making me lose. Okay. 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 That was a warm up, guys. What can I say? Alright. Yes, I am musty. Shen's hiring for Fanboy Car Wash interest. Oh yeah, we were talking about that like the other day on stream. $69 an hour. Okay. Just paying attention to the sunset. Okay. Okay, I think I'm overheating. I'm overheating a little bit. It's okay. Oh. Okay.
参る。忍びよ。再び間に合えよ。
Oh! What the hell? Oh god, okay. Oh shit. I'm definitely overheating.
幽因の力か。ならばいくたびでも殺すまで。
Oh my god! Oh my god! Jesus Christ, okay. Oh, here. Reset, reset, reset! Oh my god, I'm scared. Stop going to corner! Okay. Okay. Damn. 69 an hour? I'll let her cut it clean off to me. What? What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Shen as a coach in volleyball. Center, center, center! Okay. Oh. 208. Jesus Christ. This is driving me mentally insane. I mean 69 an hour?
おじい様のご様子は
I don't know.
一心様は
You shut your whole uncultured mouth.
忍びを再び間に合おうか。
Oh shit. Oh, okay. Ah! I tried to counter that with the L. Okay. Bad start. That was a bad start. But that's okay.
ならば幾度でも殺すまで。
Oh. Okay. Okay.
これもアシナのため。
No, I'm getting cooked now. Oh my god. Like she says, first you rub the wax on, then you rub off. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. 219. Lucky number 219. 219. Crazy? Don't you start! Don't you start! Okay. I'm locked in for reals now, for reals. Oji-san?
参る。忍びよ再び間に合おう。
Two arrows in a row? Two arrows in a
なら
row?
ばいい限りでも殺すまで
How is that fair? Ooh. Ooh, let me get up, please. Oh god. Bad, bad, bad. Okay. Ah, get up, get up, get up, get up! Ah, Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ, I always end up like the lowest health! The lowest health! Okay.
見事だ巫女の忍びよ惜しいな主を変えるつもりはないか
ざれ言
Okay, okay, okay.
ことだと
Dear breather, dear breather. Is Shen reading chat? What's happening? You mean you claimed the instruction video during the first meeting?
力であれ
The fifth meeting? Hired? What? Chris said I was crazy. Why she locked me in a room? A styrofoam room. A styrofoam room?
前の金
Full of Shen
見
clips?
せてやろ
Okay, okay. Nothing's happening? Take a walk, get some water after this one. No, we keep going, we keep going. I remember! Ow! Back up!
必ず足な
I swear, guys! That was good, that was good. You look at the lightning miss, I know. I got so lucky. But yeah, I remember the first move, okay? I remember the first move. That's all that matters, okay? I survived longer than I did last time. Oh god. This feels good. Damn. Jesus Christ. You never found any more gourd seeds? No, I have not. I have not. Should I go look for it instead? Ignore this boss fight I've been fighting for like, I don't know, 2 hours now. Go look for them, ka? Go look for them. Okay. Yeah, I think I need more healing gourd if I'm gonna fight this guy. 3, I cannot. I could barely survive the first phase. Okay. Abandoned dungeon. You could easily beat him now, honestly. Oh, you think? You think so? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Some merchant sells one. I forgot where. Okay. I could go ahead of the storyline and explore other places. Okay. The one in the valley? Oh no, I forgot. Oh shit! No, 210, not 2010. 210. Beep. Okay. We're going on the trip. We're going on the trip, guys. Okay, where to go? Have I been to this bridge? I've been to this bridge already, right? Or have I not? They're enemies, right? Funny, that song was popular in 2010. 2010? Oh my god. She's so hopeful when she explores. Surely nothing bad will happen to her. Surely. Oh. Oh, you know, let's just no, you know, have I been here? I've been here before, no? No, I have not. Are you worth fighting? Oh god! Why is he so strong? Okay. It's okay, it's fine. You know, sometimes people die to NPCs, and that's okay. Hey, Shan Frozen was released 10 years ago. 10 years ago? Oh my god. Oh my god, 10 years ago? Oh. Damn. Okay. So old. Can I jump kill him, or is this too high? I'm just gonna eavesdrop right next to him. Okay, buddy. Come here. Come over here. Wait, that guy don't see you. Come on. Ooh. Oh! Don't do that! You know, I'm just gonna walk past them. I'm just gonna run through them. Didn't Frozen come out like 3 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago. Frozen. I remember Frozen coming out when I was like, I don't know, like when I was like 12. Oh my god, was that actually 10 years ago? Holy damn! How old am I? Oh my god, that was 10 years ago. I'm 22 now. Oh my god! Oh my god! Damn. Damn, I'm getting old. What about Moana? Moana came out like... I still think Moana is recent. Teleport! Teleport? Can I teleport instead? Okay, is there another entrance there? No. Oh, the bird guy. I hate him. No, no, no. Oh shit! Ow! No, 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 no. This was not where I came from. Oh. I'm saved. Moana 2006. Oh, 2016. Okay. 9 years ago. Oh my god. Ever since 2020, it seems like time is on to... Right? Not just me, right? Teleport to the old grave. I don't know. I feel like the past 5 years just went by so fast for me too. I don't even know what happened. I have no idea what happened this past 5 years. Turn around. Oh. My bridge? Am I going the right way over here? No? Turn around? This way? Wait, I see a... This way, yeah? Ignore me, I'm a nobody. Oh, this one. Oh, oh. Oh. Oh, stop! I didn't see the opening! I didn't see the opening! Hold on. The opening? This door? Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Oh, let me rest. No, that's wrong? What do you mean that's wrong? Is this not the door? This one? What? Where the spirit guy is at? What do you mean? Opening? 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 Opening where? Oh, right there? Oh. I am blind. Oh my god, I'm so blind. You know what? I'm just gonna run through. Just gonna run through. Oh, let me grab this. Alright. What the hell was that? Monkey? Oh shit! cold. Ooh. House. Hold on, let me look around. Nothing? Oh, welcome back, Chaos. No, I did not. I keep dying. Okay, like I make it to like phase 3, but I have like the lowest health, and I die instantly. So now we're taking a breather. You know, we're just traveling around. Hopefully I can get more like seeds, you know? I still blow bubbles in my soda with a straw? Really? I do too. What's over here? Over here? Nothing? Thank you for the head pass! Thank you! I just gotta swing ahead. Okay. What is this? Eel liver. Anything else here? No, nothing else. Oh! I see a statue. How much is my fall damage? Not that much, right? Okay. She settled on getting good at exploring instead. Yep. Yep. Get good. Hey, I'm taking a breather. You know, sometimes when you overheat, you just gotta rest a little bit. You know. They have more freedom than I have. And I didn't get the freedom growing up in the tradition. Oh, you're talking about your siblings? You're talking about what? What are you talking about, Mom? Kids? When I said go for a walk, she thought I meant in the game. Oh. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. I was not prepared for that. Okay. Going. Oh, kids, cousin, baby cousins. Yeah, I got gunned down. That's what happens when you go for walks. Okay, I see something over there. How do I get over there? I think the branch is the only thing I could go to, right? That one. Anything else? No? What? Oh! Wait, is this even the right way? Well, let me go back. Did she look up? Look up? Oh. Oh. Can I grab that? Help! Up. Look up. Look up. Where am I supposed to look? Her greatest enemy is the ledge. I was supposed to grab that, right? The ledge right there. How do I reach that? I don't think. Okay. Hold on. How do you grab that? Double jump. Double jump on the wall. Okay, hold on. It's been a while since I double jumped, guys. You know, yeah. Chill out. Okay. Okay. Oh fuck. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Cause I'm not good at platforming, okay? Did you find the up dog? What's up, dog? Oh, skirts. Oh, prey bead. Oh, pacify agent. Okay. Is it over here? Pacifying agent? Wow, I'm finding so many. This place is nice as hell. Yeah, it looks so pretty. And safe. Well, it's so nice there. I don't think they could ever hear you scream. Where else do I go? Up. No, this is where I came from. Where do I go from here? Doesn't this water do damage? This water? Oh, what do you do up here? Oh. It's kind of funny. There's a pool of water that you can dive in, but you can't dive yet. Ah, okay. This water? You can go back now. You just came for the bead. Alright. Secret place. Yeah, remember every place has the water once. That has water once you learn. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Oh. Fist full of ash. Ash ketchup?
Fucking clap that ass.
Clap that ass. What's in here? Oof. What are these guys? Are these guys like zombies or something? Ceramic shard. To belly flop into the water? I can't, guys. I can't even do that in real life too. I'm gonna die. Antidote powder. Oh! Malnourished people who live in the mountain and shoot guns at people. How did they get the guns? Okay, they could they can find guns but not food. Mining shed? I'm just saying, you know. There has to be food in the mine still, you know. Bugs. Oh shit. Who's that guy shooting at me? Oh, what are you? Oh. Get up. Oh god. He has a whole ass cannon. Okay, you're my #1 target now. They're in a freaking mountain. Oh, a shotgun. It's a shotgun. I don't know my guns, guys. The only gun I know is Red 9. Ah, he shot me in the air! What the hell? Okay. Where was I going? Where? Here? Oh! Okay. You should go back. The last guy you killed was protecting a path that led to a gourd seed? Here? Path. Oh. Oh my god! This? Wait, is this where I came from? Oh no, it's not. Oh. Okay. Oh! Oh! Okay. Okay, I got a little bit suspicious here. I thought there was somebody in there. Yellow gunpowder. Okay, I have 1 gourd seed. Good, nice. Now it's time to fight Genichiro. Oh shit! Should I explore more? Or should I go back and fight the boss? I'm not even sure you can talk to Emma at the moment though. Oh, is she not there? Because she got a ticket? Is that why? Oh. You're right. I don't know. I don't know. Should we just double check? Can I sneak kill one of them? Oh, no, I can't. Ah! Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Where is he? Oh! Oh my god, I can't! How do you come over here? Oh my god! Right in the face. Oh my god, you're killing me. Block everything you do. Okay. Alright. I tried, okay? I tried. Oh. I'm here. Oh, I can talk to him.
落ちたにの
114.
鳥で
114.
噂以
No, you should not. But if you want one more gourd, you should go in.
なきは
Oh, the Sinnoh temple. There's one lying in the temple. Okay. There's a boss ahead. Okay, let me fight this boss. Okay. Ahead, like over here. Over here. Jump and spam. You telling me to risk it for the biscuit? Oh, see. Whoa! Whoa, truth! You're enemy, I know! Are you? Okay. Okay. Okay, I hate guns. How do I beat her? That's crazy. Okay. Fight back. She chokes me and then she shoots me in the face. That's one tap McGee. You'll come back after getting a churro? This area is tricky? Okay. Yeah, I died to the gun bitch. Block everything from her. Okay, so I fight her first, and then okay. Also, lose your points and idle before losing it all. My points. My points. Oh. Do I have points? You should yeah, I see that. I see the 7. Which one do you guys recommend me to do though? Sheena arts, prosthetic arts. Whatever you want. It's preference. Okay. Okay. Which one did you guys do? Okay? Which one did you guys do? Oh, which one did you... Okay. Give me advice, guys! Give me advice! Thank you for the redeem. Thank you, thank you. No. Hold on, let me look. If you do tools a lot, I could do that 5 at the bottom on prosthetic. Yeah, it's healing, right? This one? Acquires the latest skill, MS, medicine, aroma, increases the healing effect of recovering items. Okay, okay. We do healing, 100%. Yes. Okay. Nightjoy Slash. A spinning leap attack that can quickly close or create distance for foes. A technique of the Nightjoy clan, the shinobi who serve Ashina. The Nightjoy uses the way of their masters. Okay, left button plus right button. Oh, it's just the... Okay. Chasing Slice. Blues or passives? Okay. Get what compliments you're doing your parry work. Okay. Yellow is passive for support, healing, spirit emblem. Okay. Okay, okay. Yeah, I think chasing slice is good so I can get like closer, right? Because I'm always like backing away. I have one more point. One. What's this? Run and slide. Should I save it or should I just lose all of it? A Russian after throwing a shuriken. Okay. But specific tools. Specific tools. Firecracker shuriken. Okay. I mean, I always use the shuriken. I think it's the most useful one out of all the other ones I got. No? What do you mean no? Run a slide. Allow one to slide into a crouch position while sprinting. Okay. No, I'm gonna save it. Save it. Prosthetic tool. Okay, follow-up attack. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. You should read what comes after too, so you can have something you want to work towards. Okay. 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 Axe is useful for breaking posture on the ground. Firecracker is useful for animals. Miss Raven is useful for getting hits and dodging. Sabimaru is useful for poison. Okay. Should we go talk to Emma then? What if she's not here? If she's not there, then how am I supposed to am I cooked? Oh, she's there, she's there. Hey, beautiful. Oh.
狼殿よく参られん
Now I have 4. Now I have 4.
司祭はまだわかりませんがあなたの体は世の断りから外れているようです。返事あれば私のところへ来てください。
Yes. Yes, mother. Happy Mother's Day. Oh, actually, it's not Mother's Day anymore. Happy post Mother's Day. Okay. Enemy bosses usually block shurikens unless they're in the air. And doesn't do any damage, so it's usually only good for posture damage in the air. Okay. Like the butterfly girl. Gotcha, gotcha. Like the butterfly girl. Should I go fight that gun lady again? I should, right? So I guess I'm very indecisive. I want to fight her again. I'm gonna fight her again. For warm up, okay? Warm up, okay? As a warm up, you know? Okay, okay. Jump right here. Don't shoot me! Don't shoot me! Don't shoot me! Okay. Oh! What the hell? What? Oh my god! What the f— Okay. You can't block Shen! Not that grand, that's the only unblockable. Yeah. Muscle memory! Muscle memory! Okay. Okay. Don't shoot me, don't shoot me. Jesus Christ. Okay, okay. You can actually deflect the grab, but at the last moment when she pulls. When she pulls? Like when she pulls me towards her? Okay. 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 I missed. Hold on. We should push it in for a little kiss. Little kiss. carousel around her. Oh! Oh, okay. Okay, oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, ma'am, okay. Okay. This area is so small. Okay, she's okay. 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 She pushing in for the kids to shoot her. Okay. I got it. Okay, I think I got it. Yeah, I'm doing it a little bit too early. Okay. Back up. Okay, I need to block her shots. Okay. I'm scared. Would it be easy to just like jump away? Come over here! Come over here! Oh, okay. The reason I think I got it, it is almost inviting to terrible things happening. Oh, Jesus, am I jinxing myself? Okay. The butterfly lady? Should I go back and try to fight her too? The butterfly lady was so hard, honestly. I think honestly like harder than Genichiro. Oh. Whoops. Ow! Scared. Okay, there's always a shot after that freaking kick. Okay. trust you to be Gensher with 4 though? 4? You think I could do with 4? Okay, okay. $2.19. $2.19. Okay. Oh. Ah! Okay. It's hard. Okay. Okay. Back up! Oh god! Ah! Jesus Christ! Oh gosh, it's so hard to beat. Your moves are like so like slow, you know? The timing is like hard. Okay. Oh god, stop spamming. Remember rhythm game. Okay. Okay, okay. 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 Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Okay. Did I switch it? Is it 120 now? Oh. 120. Okay. Okay. For the boss after this place, it is a whole straight. You must deflect boss. Okay. You're like block, 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 block. Oh, jump away. Oh, I'm scared. Like so fidgety. Cause I am. Cause I am. I am. Cause I don't know what to do. I'm like hesitating. Like I want to hit her, but then like at the same time, I'm like kind of scared that I might get hit back. You know? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oops. Hold on. Hold on. Can I go back? I can't go back, right? It's okay. It's fine. Okay. Is that dead? Is it dead? Okay, okay. 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 Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay. Yo! Welcome in, Dino underscore Jazz. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How's your day? 121. 121. I just completed this guy, 2 days back. Really? Really? How long did it take you? Oh, is it 122? 122? Hey. Good. Genichiro took me 200 plus attempts? Really? 200 plus? Oh god. Genichiro, I didn't think there was gonna be like a second phase. Oh, okay. Okay, okay. Oof. 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 Oh god! Okay. Okay. She's so hard. Oh my god. I'm trying to parry. I'm trying. My timing is just really off. Because I can't tell what she's doing. Oh my god. Okay. It's just like so slow too. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh, what is this? 2, 3. 2, 3. 2, 3. Oh my god. Yeah, I keep going for attack. Okay. Slow is good for you? You get to think about not getting hit? Oh god. I need to not think. And dodging instead of block and parry. Okay. I'm so new to dodging though. So new to dodging. Gotta break a pattern. Break the pattern. Break the pattern. Okay. When the first red alert comes, get back a bit. Break that habit. I'm trying. Okay. Oh god. Shinobi-chan! Hi! Nani ga suki? Welcome in, Toshin! Welcome in! Nani ga suki? I want to go off myself. In the game! Okay. Okay. Here. Here. Oh, whoops, whoops! Oh god, please! Okay. Oh, oops. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Back up, back up. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. She hits 3 times, right? 3 times. Oh fuck. Get back! Okay. Okay. Yeah, I know. I know. Okay. I'm new to Souls game, okay? I told him you're gonna move and do nothing. Might as well just blocking. She doesn't do anything. It's fine. It is a-okay. It's okay. It's okay. Trust? Should I? Okay. I'm gonna trust you, Mom. Right, we're gonna fight Genichiro. You know, I'm just doing this because I don't want to fight that lady no more. Alright. Alright. Okay. We know. Okay. Hopefully I remember fighting him. Oh. Go up. Go up! Okay.
おじい様のご様子はどうだ。参る。忍びよ。再び間に合えよ。
Oh. Okay, warm up. Okay, warm up. Hold on. Warm up. Ah! Okay. Might be. Maybe I've been fighting like I don't know 40 minutes. Okay, I'm washed. Oh, okay. Loki forgot. This is a warm up, okay? This is a warm up. Oh. Center, center, come here. Come here, center. Okay. Oh, welcome, Vampire. Welcome, welcome. So stinky, pee. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How was your day? How was your day? Oh my god. Oh, this is just a warm up. 224. It's okay, I keep going back, leaving, you know, going back, leaving, you know, getting some supplies, you know, going back, leaving, you know. It's a warm up, okay, you know. I just gotta lock in. You know? I'm relearning his pattern, you know? Where's the handlebar? My handlebars, my horns. Okay, 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 okay. Argo, 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 Argo. Confidence is key. Confidence is key. Sunshine no skill.
一心様は
Okay. I'm locked in. I'm locked in.
忍びよ二つ間に合えようと
Oh, bad, bad. Oh, okay. Oh shit! Ugh. Come here, come here. Okay. My bad, my bad. Oof, 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 oof. Oof. Okay.
牛院の力かならば幾度でも殺すな
Oh, okay, okay. warm up. Okay. You know, I'm just testing out how cold the water is. Okay, okay. All right. Okay.
おじい様のご様子はどうだ。参る。忍びよ。再び万年を。
Oh. Come on, come on, come on. Ooh. Oh. 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 Okay. Oh, I wasn't looking at my health. Whoops. Okay.
人の力か。ならば幾度でも殺すまで。
Oh. Ow! Oh. Ah! As did I move? Scuba, scuba, scuba. Oh god, okay. Oh.
巫女の忍び。
Oh shit! Ow! Ooh, okay. Ah! Jump up! Okay. I'm going crazy, guys. I'm going crazy. Okay. I gotta crack my back, guys. Oh my god. I've been gamer slouching for too long. Okay. Gonna inhale your monitor. Okay. So he doesn't chase you and hit the raven spawn instead? Should I? Okay. I think what I have going on is going pretty well, right, guys? And also, I haven't used a raven before. I'm like low-key, like, I'm not confident. Okay. You're not losing your tools anyways? Okay, when I first fought him, I was losing the shuriken, alright? But then I ran out. So, I haven't been using it.
おじい様のご様子はどうだ
But practice! And the practice range is different from like real people, you know?
そうか参る忍びを再び間に得よう
Oh. Oh. Okay, I'm not ready. Oh. Okay, back up, back up, back up, back up. Oh god, okay, I messed up there. He distracted me. Okay, okay. Thank you for the sound alerts. Thank you, thank you. Okay, one more.
お嬢様のご様子は
Oh my god.
参る忍びよ再び間に合えよう
Oh god, whoops. Sorry, I wasn't ready for that. Oh! Oh. Okay. Hold on. I need to catch my breath. Ah, okay. Whoop. Okay, guys, I think I'm burnt out.
誘引の力かならば幾度でも殺すまで
Oh god, okay.
Madame, この忍び
Ooh. Oh. Okay, buddy. Ah! Oh my god. I'm burnt. I'm burnt. Okay, one more. One more. Oh god. One more. We run it back. One more.
おじい様のご様子は
参る。
忍びを再び間に得よう。
Come on. Oh shoot. Oh shit. Oh, what the hell? Okay, buddy. Oh god.
まだだ。巫女の忍び。
Okay. I keep forgetting about the arrows. Come here. Okay.
吸引の力か。ならばいい殺すな。
Oh. Bad.
俺も足な。
Bad. Oh my god. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you. Oh my god, why did I even agree to play Sekiro? I should have hit reject. Oh my god. Damn, I should have stalled. Damn, I should have played this in December. Oh my god. my god. This is killing me. I think my lifespan like is shortening.
再び間に合えよ
Oh! Oh fuck. Oops. Don't look at. Oh. Okay. What the hell? Oh, Jesus Christ.
留飲の力かならばいい旅でも殺すまで
Okay.
Good night,
Okay.
noob. Here's one from you too.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night, noob.
That was
There
a
you go.
warm up. That was a warm up, guys. A warm up. Oh my god. Okay. Assume my range attack is always coming and you're good. I'm gonna hit the bed. My bad sleeping habit. Oh my god, I can't tell me now. My bad sleeping habits from this whole last week is catching up to me now. Alright, Mom. I've been sleeping at like 6 a.m. and waking up at 8. Wait, oh, you've been only getting 2 hours of sleep? Oh my god, Mom. Get some sleep, get some sleep. Have a good night, have a good evening, have a good day. Make sure you lock the doors, lock the windows, lock your closet. Cause I'm gonna late. Thank you for dropping by, Mom. Thank you. Have a good rest, have a good rest. Yesterday it was 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Why were you up so early? Oh, why are you up so late? Good night, good night. Okay. Because Minecraft? Oh my god, oh
お
Minecraft.
じい様のご様子はどうだ参る忍び再び間に合えよ
Oh fuck, I thought you... What the hell? Okay, you know what? Calm and steady, calm and steady. Okay, okay. I was not looking at that.
留飲の力かならばいい旅でも殺すまで
Oops. okay, okay.
この忍び
Oh. Ah, jump! I jumped. No. Okay. Okay. My God. I think I'm going insane a little bit here. I think I'm going a little bit insane. That's okay, you know. We're all a little bit crazy, you know.
おじい参る忍びよ再び間に合えよう
Oh, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Oh! Oh, what the hell? Oh god. Come here, middle. Oh fuck! Wrong time. Ow! Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
獣員の力かならば幾度でも殺すまで
Oh, okay. Back up. Oh! This round I'm gonna lose. I have too low health for the phase 3. I'm phase 2, I mean. My health is too low for this. I was hoping to save at least like one like board for this battle, but God. You're going to do a no death run after this, right? What are you talking about? No. It's okay. Yeah, I need to learn more about phase 2. It's okay. Get ready for the beatdown. Tomoe. He's kind of hot. Oh! Oh shit! I forgot what it was. Ah, I forgot what it was. What was it? It was R1. It was R button.
何がそこまで貴様を支える？
Okay. Okay. No, I lasted way longer than I thought I was gonna be. Okay. It was okay. Okay. When I get shocked. Okay. Welcome in, Fate. Welcome in, Fate. Welcome. Show me. Is this the new hair? This is the new hair. That's to redraw you. If you want to. So how are you, Fate? How's your day? Oh my god. 2 3 2. Keep fighting, you got this? Keep fighting. Okay. Okay. It's alright. That's good as long as, you know, it's not bad, you know? No, God!
おじい様のご様子はどう？
Just Spider-Man in front of me.
参る。忍びよ。再び間に合えよ。
Oh. Oh, let's stop there. I think I went too far. Oh, okay, buddy. Oh, what the? Oh, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
誘引の力か。ならばいつでも殺すな。
Okay, I'm rusty now. I'm rusty now. Okay. Okay. Oh god! Oops. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. You have some bad ones, you have some good ones, okay guys? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, you need to be mod to do the shout out. Yeah. Dang, I'm not good enough to have mod. Wait, I'm not hating. I don't hate you, Fate. I don't hate you. You want me to do it? Watch. I'll get chaos. SO at dark. Oh, it's not a run. Wait, is my button not working? What's this? What's going on? What? Is my number one button broken? No! Are you kidding me? It's okay. I can. Copy, paste. Why is it not working? Okay, there. I got it. I got it. 233. 233. Oh. Dun dun dun. What do you mean rude? What do you mean rude? Chaos getting hit by trucks. Okay, guys. This is gonna be my last one. This is gonna be my last one. Oh, Vans! I'm losing my mind. This is gonna be my last battle, and I'm probably gonna end stream there. Okay. Lock the furrows now! Oh, okay, that was bad. Oh, whoops. Oh. Okay. Come here. Wait.
ならばいいかにでも殺すまで
Oh, okay. Okay! This is good, this is good, this is good! This is good, 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 this is good. Okay. Yeah, I put a cooldown on Blurb so that you guys don't spam it! Okay.
され事だと
Okay.
アシナを守るため
I did it! Oh god. Go! Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Oh my god. One more, okay. Okay, last one for reals. Last one for reals. Okay. 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 Last one. Oh my god, I need some rest. I'm so drained right now, like literally so drained. Oh my god. Okay.
参る
忍びよ再び名見えよう
Okay. Oh! Oh. Oh my god, okay. Okay, that was bad. Oh god, okay. Keep forgetting about the arrows. Oh! Oh! Okay. Okay.
吸引の力かならば幾度でも殺すまで
Okay. there. I freaked out there. Oh! Oh god! Oh, you die! Why will you die? Oh my god! He won't die. I'm so low health now.
巫女の忍びよ
Oh my god.
主を変えるつもりはないか
Yeah, 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 yeah! Take off your shirts! Okay, I got it! Oh!
まず足だ
So greedy, yeah, I know. So greedy. You know, when I get too overconfident, I. Okay. Okay. You know what, guys? This is a good, this is a good spot to end, right? Good spot to end. It was a good 5 hours of just fighting this guy. This guy. I think I'm going nuts now. All right. How many deaths is this? 235. Oh god. You don't think you can beat him? You know? I think I could. It's just next time. Next time. This is my training arc. Alright, should I find someone to raid? It's been a while since I raided someone. I don't know who's on though. Is any of my friends on? On a Sunday. I don't know who to raid. I mean, do you guys have anybody you guys want me to raid that you guys are gonna go watch? I could just raid them. I don't know who to raid. I could raid Seneca. Or should I just raid a random person playing Sekiro? Let's see. Thank you for the rating. Thank you. Oh, what's this? Okay, we're gonna raid this fox for funsies. Okay, it's their first playthrough. Oh, not first challenge. Hit list. Oh my god, they're pro player. Anyways, thank you for coming by. Thank you for joining. Hope you have a good night, good day, good evening. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for all the yada yada. Bye bye everyone. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. I'm probably gonna play Sekiro again. like, I don't know, in the next couple of days. Next stream would definitely be Sekiro. I'm not even kidding.